1 minute remaining. I'll lead with the University of Michigan sentiment prelim. Ten seconds. 65 spot 6, 65 spot 6, lower than forecast, 72. 5-year inflation prelim, 3 spot 1%, 3 spot 1%, higher than forecast, 3%. 1-year inflation prelim, 3 spot 3%, 3 spot 3%, higher than forecast, 3 spot 2%. Expectations prelim, 67 spot 6, 67 spot 6, lower than forecast, 72. Condition prelim, 62 spot 5, 62 spot 5, lower than forecast, 72 spot 2. Seeing some slight downside in stocks after that. US Treasury yields hold declines. 10-year yield last down 3.3 basis points to 4.207%. We have posted the University of Michigan June prelim report on the feed for all those interested. Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 40 out of 100 equaling fear, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 74 out of 100 equaling greed. And looking at the VIX, currently up 6.78% at 12.76. Fitch affirms Society General at A minus positive outlook. ECB officials see no cause for alarm over French market turmoil. So ECB officials said to see France situation as contained. So turmoil that put the spread between French and German 10-year bond yields on track for its biggest weekly jump on record and wiped $200 billion off the value of the country's stock, remained contained in the eyes of policymakers, and no talks on crisis tools have ever been considered as of Friday, said the people who asked not to be identified because any deliberations are private.
All right, I can talk for a bit while they're here, not in the room. But we've just failed at our value high here. Failed to get over our 30-second opening range on ES at our 21 pivot, and basically rejected our previous day value. We're now trying to build here at our 15s. If this 15 doesn't hold and we don't see immediate bids, I do think that there's probably another leg down. Same thing for NQ, of course, where we're seeing our 21s trying to be supportive. Buyers kind of holding on here, but we failed at value high, right? Rejected, pushed back down to 21s, now chopping sideways. Should be able to decide relatively soon where we're headed. If we continue to see lower highs, right, we expect a full rotation back down to our value low down at 91. Watching this 14 here for the reoffer into our 21s to see if sell side is serious, just like I have drawn. So basically bid being found here makes a lot of sense. But if we can't get back over, then we should be looking for that full rotation through value off of the rejection of value high here. This is a pretty simple volume profile play off of the failure at value highs, and then just understanding that sell side's in control on the reoffer, and then just playing it level to level. This is your first PT as we're coming down into 98 to 92. Understand that the reason why we're looking at this area is both this node that's here, as well as our POC shift between these two levels. Excuse me. Got our POC shift from 93s, and then it pushed up into 624, right? So we have a shift in the auction here, and now these are two of our main pivots where we're looking to trade around basically these rotations and any failure above or below. The recovery of these levels is just letting us know that we're probably going to do another move back down through the rotation. That's how I view it. And sorry about I didn't give like notice about the muting thing. I was not aware that they were coming in today. I didn't receive anything. I just put in a request 2 days ago, and then they knocked on the door this morning right when I was going live. Like, oh, okay. It is what it is. It just like didn't close as soon as I got in. The guy said that like the wrong door was installed. It just literally does not fit inside the frame. So when you try to close it, like it refuses. So he's sanding it down. It's like, oh, okay. It's the door to my bedroom. Like, all right, man. Whatever you say. Seems like an easy fix, at least. Yeah, like, what do you mean? Who did it? You, bud. Imagine putting a door on and then not testing to see if it closes, you know? This is full PT here, by the way. Into value low on NQ. It's your full rotation. Again, 85 to 79 is really all I'm watching. Actually going to move this. This is the same pivot from yesterday that we traded. Where we were looking for that breach above this 80.85 and then hold from yesterday's price action. If this doesn't hold, right, we expect that rotation back down into these like 55, 63 area. But as long as we're able to maintain here, I'm just kind of seeing this as our local low where our buyer is clearly positioned, where we have the POC shift again, right, down into the 78. So still weakness, right, but just watch to see if we can see our buyer step in here again, or if our value low will become resistant. As of right now, it kind of just looks like balance on the day, where we're going to see excess build outside of value, dip out, and then recovery of value, and then rotations back up. If you need to see that in a drawing form, something that looks something like this, right? Recovery of our value here on a dip below. If this ever starts to hold as resistant and we do one of these, right, then we have a rotation down into our 58s for the full EVZ rotation. I'm out 2 here. Just leaving a runner now. As we retest the lows on ES and RTY. Watching our reaction at 79s. And we have room down on it, on ES, if we want it, right? Like, if this doesn't want to push, then we can come down into this weekly AVWAP and ETH low. So really just keeping an eye on how we react here. I'll try like initial sizing sometimes if I'm not already in a position. For me right now, I'm in a short, so it's just risking off. That's all it is. If I wasn't in a position, I'd be looking for any signs of buying strength and then putting on an initial position and then waiting for full size over on a reclamation. Yeah, that's a word of a level and then adding into it on momentum, right? But for me, like always, as we push down, it'll always be my risk off and not in a as an ad. Whereas like I'm looking to add on the right side of the V, ideally. Yeah. So like for me right now, like this is what I have, right? It's nothing special, but it's just the short and then the push down into that area. So I haven't added anything to a long. It's just closing out. But this is just like the 30-second opening range on NQ. So like until we see a push below, there's not really a ton here. We just expect this is like an intermittent pivot. Kind of our decision point at our value low here. Can we get back in or not? And like there's a decent amount of people that are potentially offsides here if we don't see follow through from NQ sellers, right? With all of that from like 74 to 81, those deltas down there. But like we do need to see us get back over our value low and then bid, and then we can play that back up, understanding that those guys are going to get punished. Until then, though, it's just kind of a sideways chop as we wait for a decision here. Testing value now. I think if you are in a position, this 98's a good first risk off, and now we look to see if we can build here. If we can, then we can expect a rotation back up. And we'd be looking for 14s on the hold here. For ES, you're looking at our value low retest as well into 15s. Just keep that in mind. So just a retest of our low. See if we can get back in like NQ. Or if this will be our rejection point for that new low. As we push into this like 608, 614 area, it's my first risk off. Just playing off of our AV WAP, the reversion trade. So now you just leave a runner and chill. And I'm still in my 18 short on ES while I'm able to scalp long on NQ, just understanding the relief bounce was on the recovery of value, right? Playing off of this. Good job, Kowalski. The FR98s will hold. That push into 14s. Pushing into a target now. Out one more into 14s. Remember, just as before, this 14 to 21 is what I'm watching. Just for understanding, like, that's where our POC is. 21's hitting now. POC test. Yes, POC as well. Twenty-one retest here. ES and RTY at POC as well, right? Everything's just at POC as resistance. Needs to become supportive if we want anything more. We're over 400 a contract if you played off of the 98s. Probably, I mean, I don't know what the, you played off of the recovery of value even more, but I'm only in at 98s now. Do you see what I mean by the recovery of value at the lows, understanding that it's just balance? Very important to recognize. Yo, exactly. And that's why I really wanted to like show you that like I didn't get in at the literal low. It's just what I talked about, which is waiting for the right side of the V and playing it back up, right? And then I entered twice on the momentum from the pushback into value and then also on the hold of 98. And then we've just played it all the way back up to value high. Great job, Adrian. Yeah, and you know what? Like I would have probably done that as well if I wasn't already in that short position, right? But so for me, instead of like double exposure, I'm risking off my shorts and then starting to look for longs, leaving my short runner to get stopped out at 18s, but also then playing the long side back up once I've recognized that there's potentially a change. Do I know that it's going to go all the way back up? No, but we can't play the momentum on NQ because it looks a bit stronger than ES. So it's just like being able to take both sides of that trade. It's very helpful while still leaving a runner just in case we don't get the full strength. Because we didn't break yesterday low or ETH low on what? Yeah, well, if we had rejected value low, right, and saw that as like a strong resistance and then made a new low in the day, I would have stayed pretty bearish, right? But because we've been seeing these reactions at this area, which was very important to us yesterday, and we recognized these sellers were potentially trapped off sides, let me highlight them. I don't know if you remember me talking about this, but this was that these guys here. Yes, thank you, Sauce. These guys there, where I mentioned that they could be potentially offsides if we got back in, and then it's just looking for the recovery of value. So like if sell side can't push us below that, like, oh, okay, now I'm interested because we're at our pivot, we're not seeing strong sell side reactions here, and then it's just about looking for the recovery because in balance we expect, again, like this is the zone that we've been playing off of. We're just trading between these two balance areas. So like if we can recognize that, what we're looking for is basically price to trade in a box like this. Let me turn off extensions. So like this is our value, right? You can consider this your node. And what we're looking for is outside of value, basically a failure from sellers to push us below and hold, right? This is what we'd want to see from sell side or continuation down. What we're seeing here is chop and then a look back up in a bid and then a full rotation up. And at the highs, we're looking at chop, a failure, and then a full rotation back down to the lows. And this is just balance, right? So if we were going to get sell side, what are we going to be looking for? Well, we're going to be looking for a strong seller with size who's making lower lows and lower highs, and then a failure at our value high and an inability to get back above. As soon as we see this ability to get back above, we know that it's either one, has the potential to put those sellers who are very adamant that we were going to continue down off sides, right? And two, it has the ability to kind of entice buyers back into the market for that rotation back up because on the recovery of value. So now you have two catalysts really that kind of build on top of each other, where we have potential sellers who now are off sides, where we were able to find them on footprint, and now we know where buyers are looking or are most likely going to be enticed to add size back on, and that's an accelerant for those sellers who are now off sides. So when we see that recovery, we're seeing weakness from the offer, right? Because if the offer was strong, we would not have been able to reclaim value. So we have an exhausted seller and we have buyers who are now willing to initiate back in the market for the rotation back up. And that's just balance. The failure at the lows, failure at the highs. Does that make sense? All right, cool. Well, okay, so it's pretty easy to identify if you know where your value is, right, Adam? So it's just using like a basic logic train then of being like, okay, we're outside of value, and if we know that sellers are now participating where buyers used to be, and if we recover that buying level and we see bids, we know that sellers have now tried to shift value down and have failed, right? So that's the train of thought. Because we understand that value high is where sellers find value, and we know that value low is where buyers find value. So what does it mean if we see something like this, where sellers are continuing to push price down below value and trying to make new lows on the day, but then fail, right? Well, we know that these guys are now offsides because they tried to shift value down from the highs now into the lows, and if we recover this level, we're now back into buying territory. Right? So that's it's the same logic. Just playing off a value and the recovery of it. You know those guys are offsides. Price wouldn't be there unless people were initiating down there. Right? So like again, like do you need to be in if without the footprint? Do you need to be in down here? No, you can wait for the recovery and bid because now you have an area to play off of. What do we have here? Well, we have an impulsive candle up with no retesting, right? Which has created an FEG or an imbalance. So this is a active buyer pushing us up. And then after this active buying candle, we then have a recovery of our value low, the ability to bid where our previous seller was, and now we have an area to play off of for a look back up, right? We're looking for initiation here. Our stop can be below here, and we can be looking for a full rotation through the market, which is what we did. Right, that's what you're looking for, is because now you have an area to play off of where you know that there was an active participant from the one time framing up candle, right, that we didn't have to come back. We've created an imbalance that's unfilled, and then we have a bid holding our value where our previous seller was, and now you're on the right side of the V and you're looking for continuation up. It's the same thing of why I was looking to play off of this 98 and did, because it's a recovery of that level where the seller was in a higher bid, an initiative bid at a higher low. So now I'm looking to play off of this level with my invalidation being at value low, and I'm initiating at 98s for this push up. Because we have an impulsive candle up with no retest that has created an imbalance. And now we're looking for that continuation up. Good questions, by the way. Thank you. I'm sure that helped some people other than you just yourself. And like, where did we trade, right? We traded right back up to our value high and have shown zero initiative above as of yet. Just value rotations. Sub dubs. We're just trading balance right now, but the rotations are really nice. It does not get updated if you copy it. It updates if you leave it in the state of read only. But it will copy any historical levels and things that I've drawn on the chart. The link will always be in the pins of this chat. But yes, I can. If you look at the pinned messages, Mario's higher time frame chart, all of them are just right there. And will always be there. But yes, I can share it. If you see, I have Mario's newsletter chart up, and I am in view only mode. So if he ever updates this, I have his levels with when they're changing. But if I hit copy here, then it would make a new copy it, and I wouldn't see anything updated. Great day, Varg. Nice. Still good, man. Sorry, my throat's killing me. Probably coming back down to our POC here on the Russell, I would assume, and value low on ES. Just value rotations again off the failure at the highs. Just watching NQ into our 91.98. Same area where we bid last time. If these buyers are unwilling to buy here, then we expect rotations again back down to the low. But it looks like right now just like balance between our previous buyer here and our POC above at 22. Nothing really actionable here as of yet. When you guys work out at the gym, if you're doing like a if you're not doing cardio, do you wear shorts or do you wear sweatpants? Shorts. Always shorts, always shorts, always shorts. Sweats. Oh, there you go. There's one. Gotta show off the muscle. Are you guys how above the knee do you like your shorts? Like right at knee level or like a couple inches above the knee? At knee? Zero rotation from 98s back to POC here at 622. As far as I'm aware, that's your full rotation. We need to get over 35s for anything more of meaning. A minute and 30 seconds until new 15s. ES looks good. Russell looks a bit weaker. And ES looks good as well. Yeah, Russell and ES look much better than NQ in my opinion. NQ still is not really showing any signs that it wants to break out of this balance on footprint for me at least. Until we can get over that 35 and hold. Just wear tights? I mean, those look comfy. Yeah, just like compression. I'll do that when I'm running sometimes, but like a compression pant below. But I like it usually not, just shorts. On days like today, when we are trading balance, I try to avoid most trades inside the range, and I'm only looking to play the edges. Again, like we've clearly identified this 98 and this 22, but it does not need to be something that you actually take, right? We can just be waiting for an extreme and then looking for a recovery of balance. I just want to make sure that that's clear. Like you can take smaller scalps here if you want, but just waiting for that look below value or look outside of value on the highs and then the recovery back in can be the only trade that you take on a day like today. I think it's worth mentioning. Like even if we have levels to play off of, if it's slower action than everywhere else, you might get a bit impatient. You know, you might take a couple smaller trades and stop out, and then when we actually get down to those edges, you're now unsure, right? Because you've hurt your mental a bit by diddling in the middle. There's something to keep in mind. Like when we understand that we have like very clear areas of engagement, you might as well just engage there. Like these are probably a little too short for me. Also, why are they $78? I guess you can change the length. I'd probably go with 7. That's crazy that they're getting away with charging $78 for these. I mean, don't get me wrong, they look nice, but that's crazy. Yeah, no, I feel you. I don't think I've ever been inside. I've ever been inside a Lululemon. Pushing into our value high here across the board. ES and NQ. Again, would love to see us be able to build over 35s and actually hold, or we're just going to look for another failure. Same thing with our 26s here on ES. Need to see a look back over previous day overnight low, or we'll continue to just trade within this balance. $22. It's probably like what, 30 cents in cost. They must have amazing margins. See, I'm trying to pay $22 for a pair of shorts. You know what I'm saying? But there at Lululemon, you get a hair clip. uh, yeah, there it is. I'm sure you could even find it cheaper if you went to like Alibaba or something. Which is this is just a drop ship of that. It only makes sense because he's also an Apple fanboy. So he's just used to paying twice as much for products. You know what I mean? You must have a nice wardrobe with two wives, Surf. That's twice the clothes. Surely Russell can break this, right? Hold our overnight low, break these lower highs, get the push. Surely. Three-inch inseams. When your boxers are longer than your shorts. I said I'm not doing commando with a 3-inch inseam, bud. Yeah, but Flex has he would say that, but you know, do you want to take any of his advice is the question. So true. For all we know, he might be. He's just in a padded room with like 7 monitors. Yeah, I did. That's crazy. All right, with Euro close, hopefully we can get the hell out of here. How's the raid going, Park? I still need to finish story. I've had 0 time to play. But maybe this weekend, if you're around. These guys walked out with my door like an hour ago and still are not back.
So Apple is set to face charges under EU Digital Markets Act, according to the Financial Times.
The EU hates Apple. Holy, thank God. Someone will regulate them. There you go. I do see. I don't see the full 4 mil, but I do see that those are buy to open. Someone is put on a decent amount of size with an iron butterfly, thinking that we're just going to chill here. And they keep loading into this. That's basically just showing like someone like they think we're staying in within the range of 38 to 42 on SPY. Today expiration. Sorry, I'm not really saying anything actionable. I just think that we're kind of stuck here. Apple's starting to sell off of that news now. Yes, still failing at our 26-29 pivot. NQ still failing above, below 35s. No willingness to push outside of value. Just stuck in balance. Russell failed at the highs, coming back down to our overnight low, right? Like everything is just in the same range. Trading in a box. We can watch our reaction into this 21-18 area on ES here. If we can hold a higher low, it could be a good sign. 21, of course, is our 30-second opening range high, as well as our previous day value low. So we'd like to see buyers be able to hold this, or a lackluster reaction here just is going to result in us coming all the way back down to value low on ES. I would assume, if we can't maintain previous day value. Four minutes until new candles. NQ coming down into a value low now. Pretty boring. Were you guys, was it actionable with me typing things out earlier? Did you find them more actionable than me narrating with no typing, or less? I'm just trying to like gauge, because I think that like a good middle ground of both would be ideal, but a lot of the times it feels like an impossible task. Okay. One vote for Just Voice. It's not really a vote. It was just asking preference. I don't want to. I'm not changing anything. I just was wondering. Back into our value low here on NQ. ES and RTY kind of middle of range. Watching our reoffer a POC on ES to let us know if we're going to go for the full push down into value low. So is our previous day value low now resistance is kind of what we're looking at for that push down into our value edge. And does the Russell need to come down into this low off of the failures of the highs? Kind of the question right now. Minute 20 until new 15s. Yeah, I'd like to be able to find a good middle ground. And I think that's just something that I need to work on, of like making it as easy as possible. So I'm just like creating a system where I can very quickly output that without both screwing up my trades and also making it actionable enough where like it's fast enough that those levels hold merit. Yeah, but see the thing is like a lot of the things that we take are like 1 to 5 minute trades, right? So like, is it something that should be actionable for you if you're not at your desk? That's kind of always been my thought process. It's like we have Braxton for the trades when you're not at the desk. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like how we've been using the it's like a nice middle ground for like, oh, I'm not at my computer. I should be respecting that I'm not there and I can't see what's going on. And so I will take options positions that are updated consistently by a text. Yeah, no, and that's where I'm kind of like, okay, maybe I should. Which is usually why I draw up pathing. And you don't really see that from other people here, but it's because it's like, oh, okay, this is my current thought process. But I can probably figure out a better way to do that. This is our look below value here on NQ. We're watching to see if 98 now holds offer or if we can get look back in and then pop back up for a range rotation above. This is ES into our value low. Really just watching this value low into like the 17 to 15 area. Would like to see this be able to bid if we were going to hold as Russell comes down. Don't think that there's going to be an actionable long until we see RTY into value low. That'd be my guess into this area here. But just really keep an eye on this pivot on ES. And then we look for the ability to build and then look back over again for rotations up. Apple still selling off of that news. Something to point out is if this offer does hold here, we're looking for that last leg down into 63s. Remember, we're waiting for the Russell to kind of come down here to trigger. Need the market to find a low before you want to look for longs. Yes. It does. Coming down into our reversion zone on NQ now. Still waiting on the Russell and ES to find the slow. It's not looking bad though, but we do need to see the recovery. Or sellers can get a bit excited here for that push again down into 65 and then 40 below. So 30-second opening range low on NQ here. You want to see a recovery again of, I think like 82 in bid would be ideal. If this low was going to hold. If not, then just expect that rotation down into this pivot below. So let's put this at what, 82? Coming down into target now on NQ. See if we get any sort of buy side reaction as we push into the lows. Russell's still not, it's just sideways at value. Yes, pushing below though, with Apple falling. See what happens into our reversion zone if we're going to finally break out of balance, or if we are looking for the reversion back up into our value low. $73. Reversion signal triggered. Need to get over 82s for that push back up the value though. We can see the LVN and above, right, where we're just rotating this node right now, building this out. Apple's still falling. See if we can get over 82s, or that'll be your first risk off if you are trading this. Look above. I'm gonna delete this. The thumbs up. You should be risking off as we come back into value until it can become supportive. And that's what we should be expecting on balance days, right? PVZ playing to a T, basically. Coming down into reversion outside of value, and then rotating back up to value. That's just balance. If we can build above, awesome, right? Then we get the full rotation. If not, then this is PT. Leave a runner until we can look over and make it supportive. You can add to your position if we look back in. But this is resistance. $605 next target above if for the AV WAP. See if we can build over value now. You'll probably have another opportunity to add. $605 hit. Good first risk off if you're not already. Now we look for value to hold. We want to build above. Our 98s again, where we saw the bid step in last time. So if the bid can now hold this blue zone, right, we're looking for more. It fails while we're looking for that push below value, and then the rotation back down. And again, that's just understanding like ES and RTY need to come down into our lows, and we start to focus in on an area. We've got our NQ breaking down and pushing into our reversion zone, and now we have everything kind of coming into a pivot where we're expecting some relief. Do we need the full rotation up? No. But as long as we understand that everything is coming down into an area where we consider if balance is going to hold, where bounces will occur, now we can take a trade off of that, right? Oh, sorry, it's because I'm not talking directly into it. That's probably better. Let me know if it happens again. I was basically in front of my mic. I have like a one directional mic on a mic arm, so like if I don't talk directly into it, if it's not in front of me, kind of is a bit scuffed. Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton here. The only thing to play off of is the bid back into value and then pick up, or just like playing into that aggressive, the push off of the value. So like what I did here is, so you can see, not the cleanest trading, and I might get wicked out here, but as long as we're holding this 91, 98, like I'm pretty bullish on it. But like I played the whole way up. Right? And then I added again on the expansive, on the impulsive candle off of the hold of value for the push into 605. And now I'm just running with that average. Yeah, I just hit market. As soon as I start to see higher lows on the Russell, and that's the ES printing the stack candle as well. So it's just like, oh, okay, we have stacked our candle, our stack signal on Russell and ES with a higher low, us holding value. Might as well give it a shot as we're out of our pivot into 63s. Into our reversion zone. And then I add size on higher lows, not into lower highs. And then I fully exit into the look back into value. And then I add on the recovery of value for the look into our AVWAP. Yeah, no, I mean, that's literally it. As long as my sizing is correctly, I can Momo into anything, right? Because I understand my risk. And then I just am exiting. It doesn't matter. If we're expecting a bounce there, like we're expecting a bounce there, now it's just what happens if it doesn't, right? Okay, well, I'm exiting. right? So like when you look at your trade history and you see like your buy price as you're going up, my buys are higher on every push, right? 'Cause I'm buying with momentum and the higher lows, not buying below, not as we go lower. And then I'm just keeping my same invalidation. And we're just pushing back up into POC here, so 22s again, just your target. This 22 to 35 is going to be hard to get through. I mean, and even if I wasn't here, right? Like, the indicators did all of the work for us there. PVZ was designed for balance days. So you're hitting your POC target here into 22s. I'm out. I'll wait for rotations over 35s and see if we hold. It's fine to leave a runner if you want, but I'm happy with this. It's good rotation. Took 0 time compared to the 3 hours that we just spent sideways. Again, goes back to what I was saying earlier about like just being patient in the no man's land, waiting for your edges and being willing to execute. If you've used all of your ammo beforehand, now you're like not in a great emotional state to now transact. Things look good though, still. And we're just back to our absorption up at this like 20 and 35 area, top of our range. Watch to see if ES can now hold our previous day value at 21s and bid. Also our POC in the day. We can do that. Probably can get some continuation. Nice job. Ignore. I'm gonna grab some water real quick. Be right back.
So seeing reports that NVIDIA announced Nematron 4 340B, which is a family of open models that developers can use to generate synthetic data for training large language models for commercial applications. That's again a product announcement from NVIDIA in terms of training AI for commercial applications.
AFK. I mean, if it's, I don't know about that, but as long as you have limits placed and you know your risk, right? Like it might help you prevent bad trades. It works until it doesn't, you know what I mean? But yeah, it works until it doesn't. Yeah, I think that's good. There's nothing wrong with that. Only looking at areas of interest, having a set area of risk, looking for a target, right? Like you're doing the thing. Anyone watch the Tesla shareholder meeting yesterday? Elon was so pumped that they approved. It seems like most of the future plans though are with Optimus, the Optimus spot. I watched the full thing. Seems like Optimus bot and then also using Teslas as a form of like cloud computing when you're not using them and having the ability to turn that on to generate revenue. Plus the ability to take your Tesla when you're not using it and setting it into a mode where other people can use your car and it will literally drive off and then become like a taxi. And then you just press a button again and it'll come back home. So you can have like a set period of time to generate a revenue as you're not using it or if you're on vacation or something like that. Those were like the two big things that he was talking about. So like you're on vacation, basically you have like an Airbnb slash Uber of your car. And then the same thing for cloud computing. He talked about it a lot about how the reason Amazon got started into cloud computing and like AWS specifically is that they had times where their web servers weren't getting as much traffic throughout the day and they started renting out some of that, and then it became their largest selling product more so than actually the entire shipping business. And how they're going to have like I think it was something terabyte terawatts. It was like 100,000 terawatts of cars on the road that are in idle, and like that's a ton of computing power. So if like people want to start mining bitcoins with their car, right? Like that's basically what they're offering. Which is interesting. So like there's some future plans for that. And then it was a lot about just like Optimus scalability. He thinks that they can probably get the units down to a cost of about 20,000, with a price of with cost of materials into like 10-15K, and they'd be looking for like 20-25,000 per bot. Um, there's no mass manufacturing yet, so no timeline in the sense of mass manufacturing. But I think they said by 2026 they want to have the ability to have like full scale manufacturing. I think 2026 was what he said, if I remember correctly. 2026, he said that their bots should be at a level where they can basically learn most mundane tasks without training, specific training for said task, like picking up an object and moving it somewhere else, or folding a shirt, right? Like things like that should be something that a bot can train on the go, like in the moment. They'll have enough what he called primitive data. So primitives being like walking or picking up an object, placing it somewhere else. These are all primitives that can be basically like built into the bot as like a basic function, right? And then you don't need to go through a full training regime to learn a task, which is where they're at right now. But like once those primitives are like pretty embedded into the system, then like all basic manufacturing tasks should be basically that. Like a lot of jobs right now are just like picking up a box, putting it somewhere else, right? Like putting rolls in a box, doing, set activity, like a lot of like Amazon warehouse jobs, and in most manufacturing jobs actually. It's just like taking something off of a belt, putting it into a box, folding the box, putting it onto a pallet. So like all of those capabilities should be basically embedded into it by 2026 was what his timeline said, which is interesting. And if it's like 25,000 cost wise, like that might actually, depending on how efficient they are and how well they work, like you could see a lot of manufacturing jobs go out the window pretty quickly. And the idea is to have a full LLM built inside of it, where you can pick the personality, change how it speaks to you, the voice, and be able to have like conversations with it as well. And I think the timeline for that was 2026, 2027. But with Elon, always give it like a year more of time. He's very optimistic. But the basic idea right now is to be able to capture 10% of market share. I don't know, there's a lot of interesting stuff, but nothing like really. They also have two more cars in the works, but they didn't show the cars. They were under a veil. One looked like an SUV, and the other one looked like a cheaper sport. He said like the largest obstacle right now is the price of a Tesla, and they're trying to cut costs even more because the demand is there, but people cannot afford them still. So if they want to compete with people like BYD and like a lot of these Chinese manufacturers, they need to lower the cost or have more incentives from the government to get these costs lower, because demand is there, right? And like the Cybertruck as well is only allowed to be used in America. It doesn't meet criteria for Europe or Asia. So they would have to make a separate model for the Cybertruck. So even though there's demand for the Cybertruck in those areas, they don't meet the criteria, and so they would have to manufacture a brand new model to meet that criteria. Trying to think if there was anything else. You said that they're no longer limited to like GPUs and processing power is no longer a limiting factor in developing new models. It's literally the amount of cars on the road. They need more people to have Teslas to train data. They're basically taking in, even if you don't have full what is it called, FSD? You don't have FSD, they still are like recording your car moving, and they're still like basically comparing you to what the AI would do when you are driving your Tesla at all times. So they're taking in all of the data of you driving your car and then watching and comparing it to what their different versions of their full self-driving is doing to train their models for like more complicated road areas. And I think you're probably going to get another free trial at some point soon because they need more Teslas with it on, because that's the limiting factor now for more advanced models. No longer a computing issue. But I think that they like the reason why they're doing that actually is because they really want the robotaxi thing to take off, but the way to they need to be able to almost completely eliminate most shit, what was the word he used? It wasn't incursion. Most like anomalies that happen, like any of like the things where like a manual override needs to, I don't know what the word is. Something with an I. But basically, like, they need to basically like get all of those out of the way so that full self-driving can become a thing for the robotaxis. And they talked about like, okay, well, what if someone's in the car and they get into a situation where like they're stuck, right? Like on a one-way street or something. And he talked about how they would have operators who would be able to manually take over and basically drive it as an RC car out of that area for you. You'd just be able to hit a button and then someone would manually operate your vehicle. Yeah. To get you out of that situation. I thought that was interesting that they're basically constantly sending like petabytes of data to these servers of just like recorded footage of you driving and tracking like literally everything and training off of that. And like that the full self-driving is basically just behind a paywall but is always on and basically calculating the difference between the user and what they would be doing. Very interesting. It's a big retest here on ES on the failure outside of value. If our offer now holds into this 26, I think we can be expecting a rotation back down to value low off of the failure. Same thing for NQ, right? We're watching to see if lower highs take hold again off of a failure here for rotations back down into this. If buy side is able to come back up over value, great. That's a good sign for a continuation higher. But if this holds and we make a lower high, we'll be looking for full rotations down through the range again, just to continue with our balance trades. So really keeping an eye on how aggressive sell side is here on this look back inside of value as resistance. Juneteenth? I'm not sure. I think they were last year. That's a new one, so I'm not... Yeah, I think they were fully closed. I don't even think it was a half day. And I won't be here Monday. So you only have Mario in the afternoon on Monday. Yeah, long weekend for me. Feels good, man. I already did treat myself. I don't know what I'll do. I probably won't do anything on my birthday other than like grab dinner with family. Can't stand my birthday. But this entire place was a present for me, so I've already done the treat yourself. Yeah, it's the worst. It's nice when you're a kid, but then it's like, I don't know. Yeah, it's my favorite thing. Do I stay for the whole day or do I let Mario do his thing? Hmm. Usually the deciding factor is when Mario gets on, am I already in a trade? If I'm not in a trade, there's not really much holding me here. I'll probably take like a 15-minute break, go on a walk with my dog, and then come back and hang out with you guys for the rest of the day. That's the plan. She's so entitled for walks these days. As soon as I moved here, man, oh my god. So it looks like for any sort of real acceleration down here, we're going to need to see sellers be able to get us below this like 14. Below 14s with acceleration should be able to do the full rotation, I think. We're seeing just some sell side offsides there, but if they can push through, then I would expect the next leg. Until then, it's just basically two-sided trading here with that both sides trying to battle for this pivot. I just realized my levels isn't working on that. What is up with that? Getting a bunch of calculation errors today. See if I change time frame, if that'll fix it. See if they can now hold the offer into this 14, or if we'll get the pop. Need to get below this for that full rotation down. See some acceleration from sellers. Or again, this is just where they'll get stuffed. Middle of the range. RTY back to value low. Retesting previous day value high here at 14s. Again, need to see that offer look below and hold 14s as resistance for the full rotation down. Minute and 20 seconds until new 15s open. And for upside, we're still just waiting for 35s to become supportive. Just an FYI. One here into 605. And then I'll be looking for full rotation if we see this retest of previous day value as resistance here. GME. I see it. Yeah, 32.5 SPIDO call BIDO open 1.38 mil for June 21st. What a degen. The reason why that one's so good is because it's actually made by the person who made Pepe. That's all of his characters. This is the guy who made Pepe. Perfect rejection off of our previous day value, pushing into PT. Move your stop down as we are going down. As we push into value low, right? Just understand that that is where we're looking for buy side to be interacting. No reason not to be taking profits or at least securing some gains as we push in. So just like from a footprint standpoint, and also just us having the previous day value there, do you see, let me see if I can do a little drawing here of why I cared about that 14 level. Understanding that this is where all that seller pressure is. Here, screenshotting, sorry. You see how we pushed below it and then it became our offer? All of that selling pressure that was there. But also just understanding that it's our previous day value and that the look below we expect reoffer and continuation down. But like that's how you can utilize footprint a bit to just like, oh, okay, well, like this is where we need to now be able to push through for sell side to get some acceleration. Watching Russell as we push back into value. Let's see if we can get a higher low to bid here for continuation up back to POC. Yes, held our pivot range, push back down, back to POC here. Let's see if sellers step in to hold POC as resistance and hold our value as resistant on this retest, or if we can get back in, right? That's all. Just like our offer was holding before, we now have a buyer attempting at 14s, right? You see that flip? So watching to see if we can get back over 22s, if 14s can hold, is all we're watching for right now. Or a look below 14s, the offer then sticking, and then a push down for a new low. Right, 14s becomes a very clear pivot for us to play around. Offer into new low, bid and hold, push into 22. Look for continuation up into value high. Pushing into target now, first PT, off of 14s. 22, 25 is where our current seller absorption is taking place. We need to see a pretty significant look above 25, I think, and push. We're going to see a new high, or this will just kind of continue to act as where our seller is.
Hello, everybody.
Yo.
What an interesting Globex last night. That's
Yeah.
dumb. It's just a weird timed sell.
I think it was Bank of Japan.
Yeah. Believe you are correct.
This was the dollar.
Long the dollar.
Into our 25s now. See if we can get some acceleration over 25 for that push into 35 value high. Just in one runner here off of 14s after flipping. We all see the flip, right? Like I'm not like it's clear off of the footprint that I showed, and then the recovering of the level where offer needed to hold for the look down, and then when it went bid, we all see that. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure, like, because this is like basic stuff that like this is what you want to hammer in first for just like very clear shifts. And I am out. Yeah. And like I want to show that flip where like my short became my long. Yeah, exactly. And before, every time we hit into that, it was a sell, 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 right? So it's just that flip. And like we had extra confluence with Russell coming into our value and recovering it, right? That was what we were looking for off of value low, the bid and hold, pushing up into our POC. So like there's confluence there with like things coming back down into their low. Same thing with ES into 21s, into target. So it's like once those find a bid in the lows on a balance day, if everything's coming down, we can then look to see that recovery, and like we have to have a shift of our bias. If ES and RTY don't want to continue down, we shouldn't really expect a ton more from NQ. And so now we can now look to flip and go back up. And now we're back to the top of the ranges, and it's like, okay, well, either we're going to break out or we're going to meet a seller here again, right? So risking off into this and then looking to see if a flag can form and build is like, that's it. That's literally all there is. You can have a runner, but you shouldn't be expecting more, seeing as we've been trading in balance for the entirety of the day. All right, I'm fully out of that trade up into 33s in our PVZ. I'm gonna go let the dog go out, and then I will be back for the rest of the session.
Enjoy the sun. Minute and a half till new 15s. I'm interested in what Apple's gonna do here. Very divergent from everything else. Oh boy. That's a good one. I mean, its weakness obviously haven't affected things too much, but if it gets really bearish, it'll be interesting. Maybe 15s here. It's a lot of liquidity resting at 28. M contract, yes. NQ POC, ES value high. See if we can support higher lows. Back to the highs, those tests.
And so just under 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Oil rigs, the prior was 492. Total rigs prior 594.
Higher high on the day ES there. Couple ticks. You gonna go do it today? You gonna give it a shot? You tried it? What'd you think? What's the review? Needs more cheese it? That sounds like a big problem. Seller's still pretty active. NQ value high. Obviously ES came over a couple ticks there, but same rotation we literally just saw.
Five minutes away now from the weekly Baker Hughes rig count. Oil rigs, the prior was 492. Total rigs, the prior was 594.
Yes, another full rotation back towards 28. Have you rolled your Russell then? Sauce? Yesterday's value high is like 40 points above. Yeah.
Shortly expecting results from the Baker Hughes rig count.
Yo.
Oh.
This could be interesting if we can hold here on the new 15. I'd like to see like 25-30 stay bid, basically, I think.
Just really watching Apple here.
Total rig count 590, 590.
See how buyers react.
And oil rig count 488, 488.
About 1 here for 10 points. Stopped. See if we can get another attempt.
I think the like crisper noise suppression got shut off for you, Sig.
1:15
You hear it?
p.m. Eastern Time. We expect
Yeah.
comments from Fed's
Bad.
Minister,
It's not
who was
bad. Oh, no,
interviewed
no.
on
It's
Bloomberg
not bad.
TV.
It was more of a PSA. I think he was just like breathing, Ty.
I was blowing into a warm cup of coffee.
Oh, there you go. That, yeah. It did not sound like Darth Vader. That's for sure.
You know, like the hole in the top of like a Starbucks cup, right? And you like blow into like the little hole there. And,
Yeah, we got it is coffee era. Oh my goodness.
things still look okay. 25.30 still holding. We need to get over this 40 now though, because this guy's offsides. I just turned CRISPR back on, so let me know if I start cutting out again like before.
Interesting. Now you're like it's cutting out as you're talking.
Yeah, that's why I had CRISPR off. I don't know why it's doing it.
I don't. It's okay.
I just
Well,
won't breathe directly into the mic. How about
it's just
that?
we're rocking a hard place situation right now.
Good hold of our 25.30. Again, coming back up to this absorption that's up here at 38. If you are playing off of this, I would say that this is your first PT until we see a solid bit above. Audio okay now?
It's fine.
Alright.
We'll see if
Yeah,
it wasn't that it was like not okay earlier. It was more like oh, if that was me, I'd want someone to tell me kind of thing. You know?
Into our 38 offer here. Overnight low test Russell 430 on ES. Just all our pivots. All the pivots. Did you see that thing I tagged you in, Mario?
I did.
It's like, what is this? We're going after like appearance and
Yeah,
like
that for a slam piece was
like what are we
like,
doing here?
I like I have mixed feelings about him anyways, but like for a slam piece that was like horrible.
Yeah.
Like what are you trying like
Oh no, he's a retail trader. What do you know? We already knew that. Like, what do you
Yeah, well, it's just
like? What do you mean?
because then you're gonna see from that guy like same post where it's like Toronto housing market worst in 150 years,
Yeah.
and I'm like, this man is a fraud. He doesn't own a house. It's like, okay, well, okay,
He's either Gen Z or millennial, and most don't.
yeah, like
We're a little bit skewed on that one, bud. He's also a single gay man. Yeah, I don't know if he's ready to
it is settled down in his own
yeah,
place.
yeah, I think he's gonna go with the penthouse instead. Imagine that. As like a mid-20-year-old, you know? Like
Getting a little higher high here, yes.
yeah,
And
this is
Q took it
good.
as well now.
Now we're just playing off of this guy at it's like 37.40 on any bid. We want to see that hold and defended. This is good though, off of the 25.30. I love using 5 points of risk. Yeah, the spaghetti essay. Just so stupid. Like it's like a clearly like a spite piece. Like I've liked some of his other stuff that he's done because it like actually made sense, like deleting tweets and stuff like that. Like okay, yes, that's irresponsible.
At 1:15
Or like
p.m.
going after
Eastern
people's
Time, we
appearances
expect
and like
comments
going
from
through
Fed's
private
Mester, who's
photos
interviewed on
and
Bloomberg
is
Television.
just
Yeah.
like sleuthing is just so annoying. Like, get off the
Imagine
internet,
having
go touch
that much
grass.
energy
Yeah.
at the end of the day to do that.
Yeah, like going through housing records to see if he owns anything. Like, bro, like chill.
Yeah, like go read a book or watch a movie. I don't
Yeah,
know.
go touch
Like do
grass.
something else.
You spent too much time on 4chan, bud. Pushing back into our 40s here. Again, I'd like to see like a pretty reactive bid if we were going to hold this 37.40 area for a higher low. If not, then just some more of the same, right? Just like slowly climbing, but then coming back down to this 25.30 support. Not a ton here if we don't see this higher low bid. I'm out one here into our high, leaving a runner from 40. Another 10-pointer. Yeah, it's like 3 points of risk, right? It's like either we hold the higher low or we come back down. But this looks good, like momentum wise. I mean, like think about like everything that we talked about with the 15-minute footprint. Like what did we see here with those deltas off the shift of the
Shortly
POCs?
expecting comments from Fedsmester.
And then we're just looking at the POC of the current candle as a reactive layer where that buyer is at like 37.40 for higher lows, right? Like if that buyer is going to hold that higher low inside that candle, then that's where we want to see that bid kind of step in. And so it's just playing off of that. Because we now have a shift where buyers are now trying up the highs and are holding and not offsides. Into our reversion zone here. Just move stops up as we come up into our overnight highs. I think everywhere in between this 54-59 area is probably a good risk off just to move stops up if we do see a seller. Until we can, yeah.
I was gonna say Russell has one more point here to value high.
Yeah.
Full node.
Okay, I see what you mean, Sauce. Yeah, it's really just like that shift of how deltas were setting up. New 15 opening now.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
I probably get stopped on my runner here, but I'll look to get back in if I see something actionable. We're basically just looking to see if we can hold our for trend, right? We're just looking at this. Yeah, I had the what's it called? The fortune of just getting back to my PC and seeing that shift, so I had like a pretty clear head there. Didn't have fatigue from chop.
68 counterparties take $386.885 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
There you go. 30 points. Huge. These guys are still not back with my door. Crazy. Wonder if I just don't have a door now.
Yeah, you don't need a door.
No, not my front door, my bedroom though.
Fedsmester says there's still work to do to gain confidence in inflation.
We're basically just watching our overnight high here, guys. We have an imbalance below. We want to see buyers basically bid into this imbalance that's created on any dip. Russell, of course, rejecting out of value high. So just watching for pullbacks and seeing if a bid will step in.
Only real underlying lift you had with that was Nvidia, and that came up into its value high there. So still, see if Apple can hold higher lows here and get back up, since that's your diverger on the day. And Microsoft would be a nice lift as well.
Fedsmester says the median SEP projection was close to mine for the economy.
Watching if the offer sticks into our overnight high for the move back down to value, or if we can make it supportive on a look above. Imbalance filled, back down to our previous buyer. Again, off of overnight high rejection, just looking for a value hold now, really.
If anyone got short at the highs, this 49.50 NQ, yes, you're looking like 28, 29.
Fed's Mester says, I want to see a few more months of similar inflation data. Fed's Mester says we probably won't get to 2% inflation until 2026. At 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Lagarde, who gives a speech at the 30th Dubrovnik Economic Conference.
Okay. Back up to our overnight high. Again, see if offer sticks or if we can make it supportive, and I'll look above.
Fed's Mester says, I want to maintain a healthy.
Yeah.
Ah, I love when Fedmaster says that.
And Mester says policy is well positioned for risks on both sides. Fedmester says businesses say it is harder to raise prices this year.
Very important on this rotation to see if we can hold higher lows.
At 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's President Lagarde, who gives a speech at the 30th Dubrovnik Economic Conference. Fedmester says as inflation comes down, both mandates are very important.
Guy at 55 is definitely trying, but I don't know. I'd be much more comfortable looking for that trade into like that 33, 39 area. Just retest of value off of another rejection of our overnight high. This area is still fine, like we have a lot of volume being transacted here, but now it's more two-sided instead of just like buy side. So kind of coming back down if we can't like actually break. Here, let me draw. So like if this, I'd be looking for something like this, an immediate bid. Unless we can show like a very clear buyer here at our overnight high and then a push and hold of these. Then I really would like to see this dip for liquidity. So I'm not a too, unless I see like some buy side like pressure really step in across the board on RTY and ES here, then I'm more so just waiting for a pullback. Unless I can see a momentum trade to get in. I just don't see like I see the uptrend, right? And I see the higher lows, I see everything, but I don't see a great entry. Ooh, Bohm is trending. Hell yeah.
Own?
Bohm.
Oh.
Book of meme.
That's
30K posts.
all of Sauce's alpha.
Yep. Meme weekend. Huge. Coinbase is adding Solana meme coin BOEM, perpetual futures on Coinbase. Big.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Lagarde.
Imagine not following DGen news. New 15's just opened. I don't really see a ton to play off of. Heavy above, heavy below. Only thing that you really have is like a 1.2 point stop, right? Just playing off of our overnight high, looking for a push up like we have drawn. But again, I'm not participating here. Too choppy. Rather just look for this, just like we have drawn, a push over this high, and then a bid holding where this seller was absorbing. Mario, will you help me do the campaign this weekend?
This weekend?
Yeah.
No.
Ah. All right.
But next weekend, I'm gone. I leave tonight, and I won't be back till like midday Sunday.
It's all
So-
good. Park said he would help, but I was trying to get a squad together.
Yeah, Varg helping though, you gotta play at like 6 a.m. Eastern.
Well, maybe I'm not doing the campaign this weekend.
He stole Rory from me.
Why didn't you just join them?
I'm at work.
Oh, got it. I don't think Roy traded at all today.
No, they would have just been gaming all day long, and then when I get on at night, they are like, it's bedtime.
Okay.
Like, okay.
Varg was here earlier. He made some money and then dipped. I don't know what Rory's doing.
They're playing right now.
No, I mean, like, I don't know why he wasn't here in the morning with
Gaming.
Varg.
You should definitely do it though. Like, it was probably one of the best experiences gaming experiences I've had in probably like 4 or 5 years.
Sounds
It
good.
was so good. It was so good.
As long as it's better than the light campaign. All I
Yeah,
care
it's
about.
so good.
That was a drain. Yeah, Destiny. I bought the expansion, logged on for 40 minutes, was in a queue for 20 of those minutes, and then haven't been able to play since. I've been busy. Buyers can hold up here. This looks interesting. I'm a bit concerned with the LVN that we kind of have in our deltas on the last 15-minute candle, but us basing here is not terrible. If I can continue to see this bid step in at like 60, 63, so really all I'm interested in. I think if that doesn't hold, then you probably are coming back down to this 55. But if we can hold this higher low, I think it's the first signs of initiation for higher. Kind of my thoughts as we're waiting. We're seeing buyers showing a lot more interest up at these highs like we drew out. Want to see a bit more of a look above and some excitement, and then potential break seems to make the most sense to me.
Yeah, this like almost structure here makes me want to just like favor short, but the order flow is very like
Oh yeah,
they're
like the
willing to
structure is
take.
garbage, but like we are seeing buyers willing to take at a higher and higher price and building out.
You're starting here. I talked about this a little bit ago too, guys, but Nvidia's overvalue high now. Microsoft, this last push, made the rotation back through range to value high. Apple holding lows. So like, I think really like, especially Apple, if it gets back into value, it has a lot of room to move. And if they keep playing like tag on what the strength is here, and something's always bidding, like, it's gonna be hard for sellers to gain a foothold.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, it's like a coin flip almost to us. Like Russell has room, underlines have room, but if they don't go, then
Yeah, then there's nothing.
they're in resistance. You know, like that's
Just every dip I want to see be like aggressively bought into the 60, 63. Let me actually mark that. Actually, let's see if we can do this, a better visualization here. This is 63, should be like this value low. Yeah. And for those that are playing off of overnight, right, like this is PT. We need to now see the ability to build here or more ups. We're just trading in this range. So all I'm looking for now is on any dip into this value low, is it immediately bought? And then can we make this value high supportive here? Actually going to delete this now that it's fully out. So it's off the chart. So we're looking for initiation over value here in this little fixed range, or a dip below value, and then immediate bid back in for rotations back up. That's all I'm watching. Because if not, then we have like this curling structure if we can't build above. And then I'm going to be looking for us to basically come back down into 39.75 off of this failure. Look above, see if we can bid and hold now the high. Apple testing top of range here. Willie is so bearish. Jesus.
Watching 5860 NQ.
Looking for this dip to get bought if it's going to. 63. OpenAI appoints former NSA head Paul Nakasone. Board.
Hey.
Snowden is freaking out.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good thing for the people.
Watch the reoffer here. Either this will be a trap seller or our offer will hold in this overnight
EU
high to
regulators
63.
are to issue
And then we'll look
charges
for the
before
push
summer
down into
break,
value.
according to sources, and Apple and Meta are set to face these EU charges under new EU tech rules.
More EU charges. Watching our offers, we push into our overnight high on NQ. Again, this like 58 to 63 is what I'm watching for resistance, or this will just be excess and a trap seller off that news candle. New 15s, 10 seconds. Interesting spot that we're closing. Right at our resistance. See what happens. Yeah, exactly. Back to the top of range here into our 70. We want to see that look above if we can hold now at 62, 63, sorry. Just move this over. So now you just have failure from sell side here. See 63 holding, but we do need to see that push over 71s here. Not a ton. Waiting on Apple, it looks like. Seeing if this flag can hold. Apple weakens and we push below overnight high, then I'm gonna stop trying. And probably just go for value low. Or sorry, value high.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed Goolsbee, who speaks in a fireside chat at the Iowa Farm Bureau Economic Summit. No text is expected, but there will be
The
a Q&A.
old Farm Bureau. All right. Come on now. Surely we don't need to wait for the Russell to get to value low before something happens. It's looking like that. Back into our offer here at 67.71. Again, need to see this become supportive on a look above if we're going to get more, or expect your seller to be here. Held our overnight high, no change there, but waiting on the Russell to break these lower highs for actual break if we're going to get it. So far, ES just continuing to rotate in our range. Again, for short validation, I need to see this look below, and then for this area to become resistance like I have drawn. For long continuation, we need to see this become supportive, and then look up, or this will be just the range, right? So looking into it now.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed Scoresby, who'll speak in a fireside chat at the Iowa Farm Bureau Economics Summit. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A.
Another failure from buyers up at the highs. No change in our range. Russell is continuing with the lower highs. Failure to break above our pivot. Just waiting on the Russell to get down to this low, I believe. I think NQ is just random walking between these two levels while we wait. RTY down into our value pivot. ES as well, and the value high.
Apple did do its part. This is really interesting, by the way. I will post it.
Yeah.
That link is a thread that goes
Yes.
through the paper.
Pushing down into our value target on NQ. Stops should be break even. Volatile area with Russell still holding value. Yeah, it's a Discord issue. Garbage platform. It's because it's like basically Skype
Fed Scoresby
with forms. Why their streaming is so bad as well. New 15s, 20 seconds. Now holding our overnight high as our offer. Again, if this pushes back up, just expect this to rotate back up to 71s. If offer can hold here at 58 to 63, then fully expect that push down into our 39. You either are just waiting for either a break and hold over 71s or a break and push down to 39.75 if you're unwilling to take very small little cuts here. Just wait for our edges, right? It's up to you. We know what we're looking for on both sides, right? Very clear, small invalidation areas. New PVZ is just printed. Again, target is down at that 38.50, 39 area.
It did not go through.
Hit target
Here's
now.
NQ. Yeah.
Now we look to see if there's a reactive buyer here.
It should make sense structurally, but with the slower low into target, you want to see everything rotate past auctions here, ultimately put in a higher high, but rotation is what the bulls need, lower highs, and expect our pullback trend to continue.
Is it helpful if I do stuff like this? Like looking for a reaction and then creating the zone? Like that, does this make sense for you guys when I draw it like this, or is that more confusing? Okay. I will try to remember to do that. But it's just like what we're talking about, right? But if it helps visualize it, then that's what matters. For more downside, right, we're going to need to see our value, this area, become resistance, and then we can look for POC. And then, of course, our 14 previous day value high, and then we can come back down for the full range trace. But we do need to see this become resistance for anything more. Just being runners from shorts at this point. Reload point will be on this going offer. Still maintaining lower highs. And if you're playing off of our 38, 39 area, of course, first PT is your 58s, right? Into our overnight high. Just where the original short entry was. That's where your offer is sitting. So you sell into that until we can be supportive. Then we can play up to 71. Till then, this is your new range. Welcome. Shift this over. Again, first PT here. If you are playing off of our value high edge, Russell into a resistance here again at 046. Need to get over 30s on ES and make that supportive, I think, for anything more. This is just our reoffer of our overnight high on NQ.
And Goolsby says if we get a lot more months like May's CPI data, we would be feeling very good.
True.
Goolsby says my feeling was relief.
Into our 30s here on ES. Again, this is PT until we can make it supportive. Russell's still holding our resistance. Like to see POC now bid at this 3.8, ideally, right? Like this POC here. We're going to hold the higher low. That would be really nice. Looking for our overnight high on NQ now to be supportive. If it's going to hold, that'd be ideal. Or the ideal location, sorry.
Fed Goolsby says we have to see more progress.
What? I love these Fed quotes today, man. Holy cows.
And saying nothing.
According to a senior US official, China's economic model is increasingly centralized, and the G7 sees changes as unlikely.
My man thought he was on to something.
He was on to something. He was indeed.
Imagine having to manage 35 women. Holy.
That's the.
What
It's something, man.
is it worth?
No. Wow, depends on what kind of gifts you're getting, you know?
Jesus.
Still watching underlines here. So we come back down in pivot tests.
Oh, my dad just added me to his DoorDash, by the way. So I think if you have a membership, you can add people that are in your family. I've never used DoorDash, but yeah, I just got like a text the other day. Check to make sure. I think you can now give like premium to other people. I don't know if it costs extra, but I now have it as of last night.
Interesting.
Might be worth looking, especially if you have like a significant other. Now you don't have to have multiple accounts. Dash Pass family. You'll never have to leave the apartment. I actually want to leave the apartment here. Feels like a shame ordering food here when there's like you walk outside and there's 45
I
restaurants
didn't revise my SEP
in a
forecasts
2-block.
after CPI data. Mester says risks to inflation are to the upside. The dual-sided for job market.
Be a little bit more weary of this test under 40 on NQ with these lower highs. Could definitely still rotate, but third test down here, fourth test.
You guys want to see the most ridiculous grocery store in America?
Boy.
This is like a block away. They built a grocery store inside of an old bank. And it's got like the bank vault, but look at this room. Like full marble, multiple stories inside of an old like it's insane. See if I can find more photos. I went in there yesterday and was like, why does this exist? All right, yeah, here. Look at this. This is insane.
Fed Scoresby says in the near to medium term, what will determine whether rates can go back to normal is if inflation is on a path to 2%.
Only in a dying city can a grocery store be profitable in a building like that. If you are playing off the reversion signal, this is of course first target into our 38s again. If we can now make value high resistant on a look back in, right? We can then look for POC at 2250s. This 2250 to 14 would be my next area to look if the offer does hold value on this move. Just into this. So we'll see if we can get the look back above 39. Or if offer holds for a leg down into POC. And of course, for upside, we're watching for the exact opposite of this, which is the recovery and hold, bid, and push back up into our overnight. Just keep an eye on your lower highs. Always just easy, simple channel. Russell's still maintaining this base, which is a good sign. Apple, really no break of structure. Holding, but, you know, still lower highs.
Watch for sellers here. Now we look like ES30, that 58.60 in Q.
Ooh, I gotta mute again. These guys are back.
Good. So again, watch this 5860 NQ, ES towards 30. Higher high there off left rotation, but still just lower highs in terms of auction there. Still eyes on Russell here. Three minutes till new 15s. Sellback POC here.
Fed
June
Scoresby
30
says if we get
ES.
more months like we just saw on inflation, the Fed can cut rates. Fed Scoresby says the pain is rising in various parts of the economy.
These Fed quotes are just top tier today. The pain is rising.
And Goolsby says delinquencies have been rising, though not to a level like that in a recession. NYMEX diesel July futures settle at $2.47 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline July futures settle at $2.39. NYMEX natural gas July futures settle at $2.88. And NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $78.45 a barrel. That's down 17 cents or 0.22%. Fed Scoresby says if we keep making progress on inflation and the rates can come down, we may avoid a recession. Macron says French left and right have bad economic pitches.
Really, probably only gonna say something here until we get to an edge. Too easy to get interest in the middle of this
Gorsby says
range.
manufacturing and agriculture feel closer to the edge of a downturn. Fed Scoresby says as European countries cut rates, that could push up the dollar.
And it's still not fixed. Yikes.
Huge.
He like cut the door to fit, and then the frame is what's off, not the door. So he's gonna come back Monday. Well,
That's fun.
Fed Scoresby says a stronger dollar would affect
how
export
people are
import
just realizing
balance,
this now.
affect US employment and
I guess that like the
inflation.
previous tenant just lived with it. Why? I don't know.
Some people are just oblivious to that kind of stuff as well.
Okay, Singe. Okay. Okay, Kiss.
Okay, I see. I see what's going on here.
All right. So we reoffered overnight again, found that bid at 50s, and then saw the offer step in again at that overnight. We need to see if 50s will go supportive again. It's the middle of the range, but what we're looking for is someone to be offsides, which there's a lot of potential now with this most recent low into 40.75. But we just need to see a bit of speed at the highs, man. Like, it doesn't matter if they're offside if we're trading in a 10-point range. No one cares. Need punishment. I unmute YouTube. I'm not actually sure. Oh, yeah, I did. And like again, all we've done is come back down to the buyer that we originally spotted on the first move up into that 25.30. So like, is there anything else until we either push below this 25.30, make it supportive, or sorry, make it resistance, or look over the 71 and make that supportive? To me, not really, right? Like there's a couple like reoffer plays on looking for this stuff, right? Like these give nice opportunities. They have now multiple times on the lower high off of the look into 71s, playing this down. But I think that like we really do need to see this buyer go off sides, or we need to see this seller go off sides of the high, or we're just going to continue to rotate in this like grindy range. Oops, did not read that. Yeah, and like this RTY range has been amazing to let us know where these rotations are going to occur, right? Until we can break out, like this is, we need the recovery of that 06. What we can look for is at these lows on the Russell, can we find micro rotations on NQ where as RTY comes into that 01, right? Like, can we see buy side show for rotations back up? And that doesn't mean you have to play these, but what we can see is like, if we know we're expecting this bounce point, we then watch the reoffer. We don't have to be in from the low here. We can watch to see how we react off of that relief into our most recent seller on NQ. Is it another lower high, right? Or can we break the cycle? Because like all this is just a slow grind channel down. So we know we'll get some relief here. Like, okay, well now we're watching where our most recent seller is for another entry for the continuation of trend. I don't know if that, if I weren't watching what I was drawing, that's not going to make sense, but it is what it is. Don't worry about it. Your reversion target on a drop below this 30 bid is going to be pushing down back into our like 605, 610 for middle of the next range, I believe. That's just your 15-minute VWAP. usually a pretty good pivot. Full range rotation here again on NQ into our low.
Brent crude futures settle at $82.62 a barrel. That's down 13 cents or 0.16%.
Good recovery. Is there a reason why you're unwilling to flip, Kiz? If we're not getting expansion, right, then we just think that we're in balance and we are going to rotate back down. What's your thought process in the trade? Are you just like going back to break even and then just kind of waiting again for another attempt long? Value high retest here off of a bounce on ESPOC. Russell retesting POC now. NQ coming back up to the top of our range from another bounce of value high.
Fed Scoresby says if inflation ahead behaves as it did in the first quarter, we would have a hard time cutting rates.
Monday they're going to be like, we would have an easy time cutting rates. I know.
What is this song? It's a jam. Who's got an open mic? Let me scroll through chat. Ah, it was a Tatum. Hello, Tatum. You were just outside, girl. Nope.
Kyrie, I back in the old days sauce.
It's going to feel really bad looking for more in balance. You're just like always going to be on the wrong side of the trade. Like until we see the look below and then like the lower high or the higher low, like you gotta just accept it. Yeah, it's rough, but it seems like you realize that, so that's good. It's just working on that, understanding what kind of like rotation we're currently trading in, and either not touching it or respecting it. A lot of DJT flow all of a sudden. What is this? Like all bearish. Anything fun today? You missed a lot of the really great moves. We've just been trapped in this this area for a while now. Yeah, I think the morning was good.
I have a feeling we'll probably get one more thing here, but it might be a half hour.
Says the unemployment rate, quit rate, ratio of jobs to openings looks like the labor market is cooling. Goolsby says, I don't take too much signal from the monthly payrolls data by itself.
You are long at all. It's good first risk off here into top of range. We want to see if it'll become supportive now. Watching our Russell overnight and 34.75 on ES. See if we can build. 5 minutes left in this candle. Any pullbacks we want to see immediately bought at like 68.71 area.
I think you'll see a pretty early sign if we do lift into the close of like Apple and Russell coming into, well, Apple coming through this LVN and Russell into this higher edge of node.
There's really not a ton here until we get back down to 57. If we can't see a bid step in here. 57, 58, just back to our overnight. Need to see like a very strong look above here and take out this offer at 70s. Or just expect like this poor structure to get filled. Overnight test, value high test, yes. Nothing. Fully retrace the entire candle. 2 minutes left until the 15s. Back to our buyer here. Immediate bid off of our buyer. Tape flashed green. Let's see if this gets retraced or not. Russell's able to hold. Still need to see it over the overnight for us to actually get some security here. $20 until new 15. If they can't do it in this next 15-minute candle, I've lost all faith. I mean, the structure looks fine on the higher time frame, in my opinion, still, but like, there's a lot of size that was transacted here on this candle to tempt us, get us out. And if they get stuck, then it's gonna feel really bad for buyers.
You're gonna have to wait like a half hour till first MOC kind of thing.
Yeah.
If that even happens.
The only thing we have to play off of here is the ability to try to bid where this buyer is trying at this 56 to like 63. If this gets lost, then these guys go off sides, and then it'll flip offer, and we'll probably make a new low, I would assume. And this is just playing off of those deltas on the new 15, looking for that bid. Yes, that's what I think, Sauce. It'll make a new low if that goes on, if we lose this. So, like, it needs to be, like, a relatively strong hold on any look in. me actually. Russell looking over our overnight low here. See if it can bid and hold. That push up into value high. Or if it fails on this retest. Anyone have some fun plans for this weekend? Any events? Anyone do anything for Father's Day?
Oh yeah, what is that Sunday?
Yeah, Sunday.
Going to work. Hell yeah, brother.
Have you asked for something? Is it known that you appreciate it or no? I feel like you kind of have to make it a tradition. Well known. Well,
GG.
this is where you just stop giving gifts as well, you know? It's sanity for a day. I mean, that is a good gift. Alaska cruise. Have you been on a cruise before, Surf? Oh, congrats, pretty. This is going to be your first cruise with the open bar, being able to experience it. Now you're adulting. The boomers went on the same cruise. Crazy. I can say that for another day, man. I got to get them in while I can. Please, though. Immediate bid off our 62s again, back up to the top of range with this absorption taking place. Russell's still waiting to figure out if it can hold this overnight low. It's trading ticks around it. Oh. Just still waiting on the Russell. That's basically all I said. Another hold of our 62.56 area where that buyer is. Really no change, but we are seeing our first lower high here if NQ can't push over. 5 minutes left on this candle. What a boring last hour of the day, man.
You asked nicely, Tatum. Be very polite.
Oh god, the picture just starting to save is that JFIF format again, Surf. This is the worst.
Oh, lovely. We love that.
Ugh. I'm gonna have to run another batch and convert everything. Why is this happening to me? Why did they just like start reverting? Let's see if this conversion worked. Hell yeah.
There we go. Watch it for what? Refresher of what? Like, you want to learn how to like make an Italian spritz, like that kind of refresher, or what? Yeah, that. Nope, I don't got one for you. Try again.
Maybe the one going over PVZ or just the volume profile one, like how to trade node to node. I think those are like your like best videos. It's the only thing I can really think of. I think like watching a understanding how to trade around a like D distribution is probably like the most useful thing you can learn. Because you can like 90% of the time find a D distribution if it's just via like a fixed range or if it's just on the daily itself. But like understanding how to react around value is like, especially with like our new class structure we're setting up, like that should be like the foundational block that we now build off of everything else. So I'd probably recommend something like that if you were actually looking for a serious answer. And if you're looking for a drink, if
Gotta
that's
do
refreshing.
the Waterloos, but the ginger ones.
I'm a big fan of Saint Germain for like refreshing
Oh.
drinks. Saint Germain's pretty awesome. It's really easy to make things that taste good with it.
So fancy.
Always have to have a bottle of Saint Germain in the house. On the bar, get a little elderflower cocktail going for any girls, you know.
Watermelon juice with oat milk. Hello?
What is that, man?
Excuse me, sir? What did you just say to me?
Is that it? Those are the only two ingredients? I have not tried that. I was unaware. I was unaware. Just like before, our 56, 62 still bidding. There's potential for someone to be offsides here actually now. Down in what is this? 57 if we can hold, but I need to see a new high here if we're gonna do it and punish. If not, it's just another rotation and it's meaningless. Really keeping an eye just on this 15-minute structure. If you look, we have a potential 3-bar setting up with where we are holding, which I like on the 15. With this person who's potentially off. And we can see that on our structure here as well on footprint. If we can hold. Still need to see the pop above and an active buyer, but that will give some ammo. Really the only thing that I'm watching other than that, and back to snoozing.
Back to snoozing.
And then they did another one today, Tatum. Sauce texted it. It's a lot of resets. Can you stack resets, or is it only if your account's
No.
blown? Ooh,
Yeah.
Got it. That would have been really nice if you could stack them. Yeah, they probably lost a lot of money off that. What a blunder. But it's okay. All those same people who had 10 accounts that were
Yeah.
broken are going to be resetting on Monday. Because you know that like 90% of the people who got the free resets across count wide are just going to YOLO because it was, you know, they all see it in their mind as quote unquote
Yes.
free. It just depends on like what do you mean by moon, you know? You looking for like 5 points dubs?
Nah,
No.
he only looks for thousands.
You looking for like how far away is the moon from you right now?
Is this moon in the room with us?
Yeah, it's all relative, man. Later, Adam. Oh, later, Surf. Have a good trip, man. Wait, Dubs, you saw my ad from yesterday, right? I saw you responded. Why are you guys not putting this stuff on rice? It slaps so hard. Yeah, man. What do you mean? The 30 was like laughing at me for doing that, but oh my god. Yeah, because like in like Japan, you've got this stuff.
Yeah,
And so
Furikake is so good.
yeah, and like
Side
it's
note.
just like Indian furikake. Oh yeah, I mean I don't mean there's no way it's bad. It's good by itself, both ingredients. So when you put them together, it can't be bad. You know what I mean? Like
Surely.
no one hates white rice and no one hates flavorful snacks. You combine the two, you just have a more flavorful snack. I got a bat. I don't know how to. I don't know what the word is for it. Like what the actual name is. Maybe you can help me out there, Dubs. Yeah.
Cracolata. But it's red pepper flakes, but not red pepper flakes. Think about it like that.
It's like this, but the mix that I have is not as like large pieces. It's like very a lot of small pieces, like mostly almost like just like a crunchy powder. But it's basically just like an Indian trail mix. I don't really know how else to describe it. The bag that I got was like no big pieces and just like this like very fine powder, almost with like a couple larger, but it's just like cumin seeds and a bunch of other stuff, and it's delicious. This is a bad example that I just posted because everything in there is a large piece. But
That's
yeah,
why we invented hammers.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, so like those pieces are way too big as well. Here, let me go. I'm actually gonna go take a picture inside this bag just so I can. Why are there pretzels in that mix? What's going on?
Furikake flavored
By
Tex
Cookies in Paradise.
Hell yeah.
What is going on? Some cultural fusion going on there.
Alright, well, market check-in, ESNQ back to highs here. It's not very enticing, but we're here.
You see how like thin how small the pieces are in mine? If I can find it, I will. It's like potato dubs. Boiled potato, herb, gram flour. That sounds good. Like I don't know, like half a block away from me, there's like 3 like Indian run like convenience stores and then like 5 restaurants in this little area for all the med students that are here. So if I can find it there, I will. You guys have a good brand? Or is it like I have to like go and like find like someone to make it? All right, so same brand as his. All right, I'll be on the lookout. What's a fair price so I don't get scammed?
$1,000.
I'm not trying to get the white price, you know?
Yeah, that way you will get scammed.
Yeah, right. $5. All right. I'll pick it up if it's like 5 to 8. If not, then I'll probably just like order it online. Dude, get me out of here. Holy.
Maybe next week. Okay, speaking of next week, so I will try on Monday to get on at a reasonable time. But I will not be on at open. Just for myself.
Oh, you're talking about for Monday?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is for everyone listening. I'll make a post this weekend as well, but so everyone's aware. Please don't blow up in the first hour on Monday. Because I cannot save you.
I'm usually pretty quiet Monday mornings anyways, so let some stuff build out. This is image to video. Kind of nuts.
Oh, that's good. Did you
Yeah.
see the Ronald Weasley rap?
No.
Let's see if I can find this. There's no way I'm gonna be able to find it. It's like, see the tweet, never see it again. Oh, here we go. Oh, I found a TikTok link. I don't want the TikTok link. But yeah, here we go.
Why does he look like that?
Stop acting silly. I've got a pack of the gilly. 3-man with me. I'm in a blacked out whip with Red George and Guinea. Like Guinea. Shout big bro, that's Billy, and I'm sat on a millie. I've got twins on the hotline. Bling, I beg, don't tell her my guinea. All I need is some butterbeer shots and thoughts. Popping Bertie.
Butterbeer shots and thoughts.
Never run from a knock, but we run from the cops. Azkaban can't lock. See me flourish like lots off a buff that crop. Gilderoy gets popped. Al Felch get a mop, it's getting messy on a block. Spin that forward like what, yo? Eat your food, leave no crumbs. No time turn when these youths get spun. I remember all them nights I was stuck in the slums. I rose hard on lungs. Can't understand how these bars get shunned. Get a slug to the mouth, no guns. Checkmate if you eat that floating tape. Are you dumb? All I need is
It's pretty good.
I think,
Finally hit PT on ES. Holy. 34.75. Still trapped here. 62 is still holding a bid. This man is still trying to dox him. So ugly. People are the worst. All these celebrity meme coins, Jesus. Any of you guys start the new season of The Boys?
I started over. Only like 2 episodes in.
Oof. Sad this is going to be the last season. Guess they're switching over to Gen Z. Which I don't know how I feel about. Wasn't a huge fan.
Oop, here's the new format for you, Sauce, while you're banging your head against the keyboard.
Yeah, one of the main characters died. The English guy, what's his name? The one that could bend metal like Magneto in the show. Or Gen V, not Gen Z. What am I talking about? Chance Perdoma, I think. I think that's him. This guy. This is our look below. This is really important. I'm really watching our offer now off of the push into our value. See if we get any sort of offer and push down, or if sellers just accelerate here. If it re-offers and we can't get back over, this will probably be a good short. If it just keeps going down, we gotta wait for an entry. I was Googling and not looking. My bad.
Oh, wait. Sauce. Screw the market. Here's the real alpha.
This NQ reaction is with Apple failing to break, coming into our low of our range now.
Yeah, one last one here in the last 15.
If we're not going to get the reaction into our ETH high, just watch this reoffer here into our 50s. This is the most aggressive sell possible, would be into our 50s if we don't have to come all the way back up. Yeah, so here's our reoffer. We just watch this reoffer, see if sell side's willing to defend this for push down into our value for the full rotation. I'd be looking for if 55.60 doesn't hold here, I'd be looking for a move down into 30s at least. Let's see what happens. We have MOC in 3.5 minutes. I haven't seen Domo in for so long. Testing into our offer now, seeing if our ETH high holds as resistance, or if we get back in and then we have trapped sellers at the lows. I would need to see like a pretty strong look over 60s and hold if it was going to continue, or just expect seller offer into the bottom of our balance, right? Because then all of these buyers are offsides and unwilling to participate. That's really all we're watching for here. Bit slow for my taste. Come on. Show what you want to do. Yeah, it looks like they're just waiting for MOC. Holding our value so far on retest, on NQ. Really tight range here. Please be careful. Need to look below value and hold. MOC will cause a move in either direction here. Either the hold of our high or low here and bid for a push over 63s and retest of our range, or a look below, hold, and continuation down. This is all I'm watching as MOC comes into play here. Mostly print,
So we're looking now to the
pushing into our
multi-time closing
62,
balance.
offer
S&P
holding there
500
still.
a
Again,
buy
need to see
side
that look below 51s
388
for continuation
million.
down, or
The
this will
Nasdaq
rotate back up.
100 a buy side of 786 million. The Dow 30, that's a buy side of 363 million. Mag 7 stock seeing all buy sides at 543 million.
I see those. Oh yeah, the 134. Or no, 150. Okay. So it looks like it's part. There's another leg to that. Retesting value high here on NQ again. Still holding our 62 offer. Need to see this look below and then push. Russell coming back up to our overnight low, retesting our highs. See if sell side can hold this and push us below, or again, if it's going to be a sell side failure and a rotation. Well, the beauty is you don't have to.
To keep in mind, in 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour, I do get the cash equity close, but also get comments from Fed's Mester once again being interviewed today.
Apple
on
retesting our offer
CNN
here,
after the close.
top of range.
Just close it out, Kels. You have 4 minutes on the day. Yeah.
Here's a lotto. Failure from sellers to push us below value, right? Just right back up to our offer here, top of range into 71s. Yes, held our 30, pivot 3027 and is pushing back up. No change. Failure from sellers. There's nothing here. Literally nothing here. Got back into our balance. Mike is cutting. Oh, no change. Failure from sellers at the lows. Later, Kyles. Later, Nikki. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Later, Pradeep.
One minute to the cash equity close, as well as shortly expecting comments from Fed's Mester again as well.
Into our next target here on ES. You can take out the 39.5 VPOC would be sick, but this 37.25 is just the top of our range. Another day of balance.
Imagine. Well, NQ lift here. I guess ES as well.
Yeah.
Got distracted for 20 seconds. I'll probably roll next week as well for those still hanging out. It would make sense too. Please, if people watch the video from yesterday, mark the gap, the Wednesday gap on your charts. We got into it a little bit today, but still not filled.
Russell into value high here. I think looking for anything more, just be greedy. You should just close. That's the end of session. All right, well, that was the worst last hour in a while.
We had such good Fridays lately, and then this one was just not.
Yeah. Yep.
Just not. All right, guys. Well, I will see you on Monday. I kind of got a boogie because I'm on a bit of a time crunch.
Later.
So, goodbye.
Peace, peace. Thank you.